Good evening, friends. How are you doing this fine day? I'm Sentient Dessert. Welcome in. We are getting into some more Final Fantasy XIV tonight. Doing a lot of this over the next couple weeks. Trying to get a second character ready for the expansion, so I can continue making wonderful tutorial videos of dungeons and explaining what I'm seeing, what I'm doing, for people that may not understand certain fights in certain dungeons. And, yeah. So right now, I'm going through some of the main quests. Skipping everything on this character. Why do I skip everything on this character? Because I want to focus on explaining the content and not the game itself, not the storyline. Granted, when the expansion hits in a few weeks, I am going to be going through storyline on my main character. Probably on stream. I don't know yet. We'll see when things happen, because I think that Friday is when Friday the 20th is going to be the first availability time. So, 19th to the 20th. So I'm going to be running around on Sav, doing all that stuff. We shall see how things go. For the time being, right now I'm just going through main story quests to unlock the main story dungeons. But we are going to be entering the 3 24-man raids. It's kind of funny. I got a good memory for facts, but not for certain things. That, like, if I plan a day, I will remember about half the things that I need to or want to remember for it. So, yeah, I'm sitting here thinking, oh yeah, I want to do this, and I remembered that I wanted to do the 24-man raids, but I also remembered yesterday that I did not fully recall all of the fights. And I want to be able to explain, and I know in the 24-mans I put explanations of the fights below the videos I make for them. So we'll see how things go. I kind of want to get some of this taken care of before... I want to get to the dungeon before we enter into the raids. I think the raids right now are offering the Moogle Tomestones as well. There's not really anything from the Moogle Tomestones that I want, either of my characters. Just mainly some cosmetic stuff and rare drops from bosses, mounts and stuff. So, not to mention that the Tomestone drop rate is extremely dismal this time around, where, you know, sometimes you could get 10 for running a duty. If it... No. Even Royal City doesn't offer it. Okay. So, Labyrinth of the Ancients only offers 3. Circus Tower offers 3. World of Darkness 3. I mean, you could get through the Binding Coils relatively quickly, I think. Get the Tomestones, but that's probably going to be your best bet, because containment bays are... Only the normals, not the extreme. Alamigo offers 4. Where I got 4 of mine. And PvP. No one of them offers it. I don't have the various things for PvP unlocked yet. So the Tomestones... Oh, really? I hate when that happens. I think you made it through all the cutscenes and then pops up with this. Some players, I mean, if you're leveling, the extra 3% experience does add up if you want to, use food. I think when I go through with Sav, I'm going to be... It doesn't even need to be food that actually affects your stats, like I was using crafting food because it was cheap. You get +3 experience, you can stack it up to an hour. $30 minutes per serving. I hope that your night's going well tonight. So, yeah, I'm gonna try to get through the Ivalice duties tonight. All 3 of them. And then try to get through... we unlocked Orochimaru. Ochimaru. Called the Wreath of Snakes. Confront Seiryu. Okay, it's not Orochimaru. My mistake. I keep thinking Orochimaru because that's a common snake boss name. So many different things. If you want to learn, feel free to hit me up in-game. I'm more than willing to help people out. On the ferry server, Ether server group. I did not want to go underwater. Why did you make me go underwater? Data center, that's the word for it. I'm in your data center. But I don't think data centers are going to matter after 6.0 hits. It could be a little bit later that they introduce cross-server stuff, but something they've been planning for a while. And the expansion itself was pushed back in time. Authored. Why are you not giving me a place to teleport to? Gotta do it this way. Tonight is going to be really fun because these duties are so. Ivalice is the world from Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, Final Fantasy XII. It deals with sort of a continuation of the Zodiac Braves, or a variation on the Zodiac Braves story. Was, of course, the storyline within the original Final Fantasy Tactics game, which I never finished because I was a completionist, and I wanted to have at least one character with the spell Ultima. The only way to get Ultima was to take a level 8 or above Squire into a certain map and have an enemy cast Ultima on you. Problem with that is they never cast Ultima. And the few times that they do cast it, my characters did not have enough life to survive it. So it was pretty much, yeah, hours of frustration trying to get that skill. Run that map at least. I don't even remember if that was a map that you had to, that you could go back to and replay, or if it was one that you had to either fail or, whatnot. It's been a while. Astrum Fluminous. Right. We've unlocked next. Oh! Trial. Hills. Blood. There it is. Astrum Fluminous. Alright. So, with that unlocked, to what we were to. The Royal City of Ravenaster. Gonna be a while to join. I didn't know how long the questing would take, so in the meantime, go and hire. Get a book this. That is a lot of people. Alright, we got a new Wondrous Tales. Completing the Wondrous Tales will give you half a level's worth of experience. I love when they put an Alexander in there, because Alexander, you just run 9 of them and you got it. Usually the Alexander fights go fast. Oh, and I looked up and found the name for the 8-man raids. Omega. The Omega raids. The fact that I had to look it up Says something about how little I remember from the storyline for it. Fights are fun. The fights are very fun. Alright, we're going into the royal city of Ravenaster. Let's see if we can do this right the first time. There may be wipes. And if there are wipes, that's fine. It happens here. Let's get in here and get this done. The royal city of Ravenaster. These are mostly going to be storyline for the quest storyline in here. We're going to skip the Alright. So the nice thing about most of the 12-man or the 24-man raids is just get right into it. Mateus the Corrupt. I'm not going to try to main tank this. I'm, however, going to try to get all of the ice things, and so the ice, once they die, they will explode. Oh, really? Okay, so I am going to be main tanking this. I didn't realize that the other tanks were ignoring boss. Okay, so there's going to be a ring that appears, and there's going to be a little ice spirit that's going to be floating around. Kinda don't want to be near the little ice orbs when they go off. So as the ice spirit goes around, she's going to hit various things, and it's going to cause damage if there are things alive as they go by it. Nice little triple heal here. There's going to be a bunch of things that will freeze you in this fight. If there is something that is alive in this fight and it's not the boss, it needs to die. Okay, I am not getting heals. Alright, the ice slaves, there's still some alive, so they are going to get taken care of. Alright, this section, you want to hightail it to the corner. These epicenters will go off and deal massive damage. I would normally be explaining more about the fight, but I am not recalling a lot of this. It just seems to be going quickly. This is the fight with this. Okay, this mechanic. We want to kill Bloom Toads because they will create a pocket of air. You want to stand in the pocket of air because you're slowly suffocating here. Going to be spirits that will target random players. You don't want to be anywhere where they overlap. And you'll get more Flume Toads that come out. You get too high on Breathless, you will die. So you want to be standing in the orb that is created when the Flume Toads die in that fight. Now look below in the description to find out how to do the fight better. I will explain it better down there, I'm sure. Okay, this is a spot of trash that I have died a lot to. Mainly because I don't pay attention when one attack goes off. What you want to do is, all tanks should grab the trash and bring it to the middle so that they can be AoE'd down quickly. You will have continuous waves of black chocobos, and eventually you will have a red chocobo run out and start casting Choco Meteor. Yep, it'll target a random player, or I think it just goes at that spot. They will run off, and we get the Ravenaster Mimics that come up. Gather them all up and bring them all to the same location. They can get AoE'd down by everybody. Once they are dead, you get a path up, right, and you make it to second boss. Crystal will activate so we can teleport over here. This boss will be fun. Okay. Make sure people are getting here, and boss is best tanked in the exact middle of the arena, but if you can't move the boss, he'll move himself. Boss casts Quake 4, which is a raid-wide damage skill. He's going to summon orbs on various people. They are going to chase you. Going to create a control tower. Going to cut the control tower. Watch where it gets sliced because that's the direction it's going to fall. You don't want to be under it. You're going to disappear and go to the side of the arena a few times during the fight. Be opposite the side that has the glowing blade, because if you're on the side that has the glowing blade, you will get hit. You'll take massive damage, and you will start bleeding. Going to summon floating towers. You're going to drop for epicenter damage, and he is going to create Man Tower, where he is standing on the tower. During this phase, there are going to be multiple attacks that come out from the tower. You have to DPS the tower down. The attacks that come out are mainly going to be radial, and it's going to be the chasing knockback bomb. So make sure you run away from that and the people that have that on them. so that you can avoid taking damage and dying. And then you're going to have these sand spheres that will pop up. You want to kill the sand spheres as soon as possible. Because the sand spheres will do AoE damage if they survive long enough to cast. When they are dead, get back on the central tower, bring it down. Move during the cycles of the radial attacks. Land Waster. So, depending upon how long the tower is up, will depend on that, will affect the damage that that attack deals. He's going to summon 2 more control towers and then slice them. You don't want to be standing where they're falling. Going to do that a few more times. And pay attention to the slices and move accordingly, because sometimes they will fall in directions that you don't expect them to. Like behind. Alright, he jumped over to the side. The blade is going up again, so you do not want to be on that side. Most people avoided it. That person did not. I will heal them. Died. Or my heal could go off. Quick 4. Grade-wide damage. Another Quake 4. Popping Beltron to help reduce the damage, be easier on the healers. I'm gonna toss out a heal just to be safe. Rock Cutter, I am going to pop a cooldown for. That is a tank buster. Earth Hammer. That is going to be the multiple things are going to drop. Multiple epicenter AoEs. And he is down. The Evilise set is only 330, so it's not going to be better than what I've got. I like to wait when I'm pulling until most of the people have made it to the zone, so that nobody is left behind and they don't have to be teleported. Take care of these bandits. Then I believe when you try to open the chest, there's going to be something in it, or it triggers something else. And we've got a mini boss here. Yep. So I'm going to hit this guy, pull him over here, keep him right over here. Don't really want these to be tanked near each other because the Chimera act like Chimera. For the Archaeolion. Why did you taunt it? Why did you taunt it over to you? It was perfectly safe being tanked away from the others because it has AoEs that make people run. Alright. I sometimes question things like that because it just makes the fight more difficult. Now for the hardest part of this game, the waterways. AKA, just wandering around. As soon as you hit the water, you get taken on a random path. Your entire party does. You just go around until you reach the point. As soon as everybody's there, the pathway opens up. So it's not anything actually really hard. I'm being facetious. Gotta activate the passage controls when you get there, though. And some paths take more time than others. There you go. Activates. Water level rises. Great. Yep, there we go. Raises the platform out of the middle. And we go on another waterway adventure. Now, some of these dungeons, you do have people that will abandon in the middle of it, especially after one wipe. So, be warned for that. Similar to the duty last night, where we wiped to a very simple mechanic early on because everybody was new, and half the people left. Okay, this guy. We're gonna wait for more people to get here. More people are here. Old. This guy is a chariot. Chariots. Get that reference? Congrats. Not. Got some great stuff to look up later. Crush Helmet is stacking vulnerability up. Physical vulnerability up. They can be cleansed off with Isuna. So, if you're a healer, pay attention to the person that's tanking, and cleanse the crushed helm. Chariot. If you get targeted with the chariot, you do not want to run away from the boss. You want to sit as close to the boss as possible, so that the boss does not move very far from his current location, and that secondary thing of half the arena AoE. You want to be able to dodge that. Rush Weapon is going to summon blades out of the ground, periodically chasing various players. Trample can be a figure 8 skill. You move into a spot that is not covered by the figure 8, and you'll be safe. If you're in the figure 8, you'll get hit with damage and knocked back. Alright, he's going to run off to the side, split in forms, and then do 8 charges simultaneously. He'll land on whoever the main tank is. Gonna crush Helm again, so I'm gonna pop a couple cooldowns for that, just to survive in case they do not Isuna it. Okay, for this section, there will be 3 demons that are summoned at various locations in the arena. He's going to run around the outer circle. So you want to beat these things down while avoiding the outer circle. And you kind of want to split up and make sure that you've got an equal number of people, or at least a few DPS in each spot. You see one that has like 2 or 3 people standing in it, run over there and get it. Right, so we've got damage. So that skill is basically raid-wide damage that you can mitigate various ways. Embrace. You do not want to run over these spots because they will deal damage to you. They disappear for the most part after they're cast. So just avoid running into them. Got Chariot going out again. They're basically time bombs on the ground that will go off at the end of their timer, but if you run over them, you will deal damage. Trample again. The direction that he is facing for the trample is the direction that will have one of the eyes for the 8. Pay attention to the direction the boss is facing. Pomp and Circumstance. Point blank. AoE. Well, Epicenter AoE, I should say. Brace again. That's going to be the time bombs, the booby traps on the ground. That's the right word for it, booby traps. Also going to do swords, and will be that cross AoE as well. Crush Helm is coming, so I'm going to pop 2 cooldowns. Does not get cleansed. Just falls off naturally. Embrace, we have got that, and then we've got another Epicenter AoE coming out. I'll be happy when I get my charge back. Dark Gaze. Come to the Dark Circle, interact with the Dark Circle. You have to interact with the Dark Circle, otherwise it won't go away. And then it's followed by a 4-way charge from the summoned chariots. Drops down on the main tank. Tank that's actually got threat. I can't open the chest this time. Okay. Last boss, we skipped the cutscene. Cutscenes are pretty cool for these. I do recommend watching them if you want to. Final boss. Final boss. Argas Battlefuss. Wait for everybody to get here. This guy has some mechanics that sometimes they seem to function, sometimes they don't. Get there. Got people that are there. They just been not... Oh, they're viewing cutscenes. Okay. I have a philosophy of don't pull while people are in cutscenes because it's... Hey, welcome in. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that. For anybody watching this on YouTube later, it was a very nice subscription by somebody. Draken Phoenix. Welcome in. So this boss has some mechanics, as I was saying earlier. There are some things. Rush Weapon will come out. It's very similar to the previous boss. Full Fix, point blank AoE. You want to run out of that. Oh! Glad to hear you stream this as well. I'm just doing some teaching videos right now, so I try to stay focused during the fights. Okay, white face pops up. It means you've got to Divine Command, flee. So you want to be running when you get the white face saying that you have to do what it says. The black face means that you do not do... You do the opposite of what it's telling you to do. This section, we've got a few issues. You got the epicenter AoE that's going to hit there. Boss is right there. I'm going to run at him, turn him around, and Royal Blood. Well, thank you very much, Draken, for coming in and doing that. In this one, you've got the shade that pops up. kill a shade.
You are the blood to stain the circle.
Has a frontal split cone attack.
Does it grieve you to see the depths of your own weakness laid bare? Maggots.
Alright, you do not want to be standing on any of those spots. Correction, you want to kill every shard of emptiness that pops up. Or they charge the bar.
You do not belong in my world. Step into nothing.
Alright, let's see what else we have. Anything that I miss is going to be down in the comments below, so please read below if I miss something. Okay, I got the black face, so I do the opposite. It says flee, so I'm not going to flee. I'm going to stand still. If you do not do what it says, you get unnerved, which increases the damage that you take. And it lasts for a long time. This is a fun mechanic, because you are going to have to... Anytime that you press the button to move, it's going to be the direction that the finger is pointing. Which can be difficult at times. Right, this time it is turn. So if you get affected with the white version of this, you want to do what it says and turn away and not look at the boss. Otherwise, if you get the black version, you want to face the boss. White. This is flee. So flee is you want to be moving.
You will be judged. Kneel and repent.
Alright, we've got Judgment Blade coming in. Judgment Blade. Multiple people are going to be targeted with this four-way directional sword thing. You do not want to be in any of... Okay, I'm going to have to pop a couple cooldowns to survive this. And... yeah. I was not thinking fast enough there. Fire 4 is going to be raid-wide damage.
Fool is the dog. The gods have no eyes for cattle.
Trepidation. Trepidation is going to be rolling meteors. So these are going to come down and you've got to have somebody standing in it or everybody takes a lot of damage. You only need one person standing in it. Soul Fix is the point blank AoE. And we've got multiple limit breaks going off. And that is the completion. And the end of the first of the Rabanastre, or the first of the Ivalice dungeons. Pass on all Orchestrion scrolls. We pass on the cards. Your commendation. Toss it out for healer. So, yeah. Thank you very much, Draken, for coming in and giving me support. I do appreciate that. Saw that you followed earlier, and thank you. I'm going to try to go tunnel vision when I'm in the duties, but I also try to take care of people. Sometimes we've got to wait for everybody to roll. Watching the cutscene. Perfectly. Alright. 4 commendations for that. May not be the best tank in the world, but I do my best. So after that is completed, we've got some story to get through. There's always a bit of story between the 24 mans. This is a fun side quest story for it. I don't know if you have to actually unlock these to progress the main story quest, but it can't hurt, and you can get some really cool gear from the Ivalice raids. Alright. Starting the next one. I think this might be the lighthouse. Lighthouse or monastery? I don't know which one. Nope, we gotta go up. Silly me thinking that we had to go down. Go even higher. Was there a way to go higher in there? Did I miss a stairwell? Or is this a talk to somebody? This is a talk to somebody, isn't it? Yep. Okay. I am stuck. There we go. Mine Gumo. Taking care of something really quickly. Alright, we're gonna do that. That. Alright. Alright, so. I do recommend watching or taking a look at this story. If you find it interesting, great. If not, it's not every story is gonna be for everybody, and the stories here just like go all over the place. Right, what do we got? What do we got? We need to go and speak with Herdy on Pier 2. Hirokaze Holstery. Exit the airship landing, please. Right, gonna focus. Gonna focus. Had to go and show some kindness to the person that that stopped in during the raid. The in-game raid, not the out-of-game raid. Hasn't been an out-of-game raid for a while. That's okay. Alright, we've got Lena and Herdy. Urila. Reading these. Mont Blanc? If you've played Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, Mont Blanc is a name that you should remember. Okay. Taking care of a few things while I'm doing this. Not want double music. Right, we are here. Found Mont Blanc, let's down. Little bit behind things. I apologize. There we go. There we go. Okay, we found Mont Blanc. He's being molested by 2 red chocobos, so... Oh, and they actually made him an actual Moogle in this instead of his, Tactics Moogle form. Thank you, Draken Phoenix. Your best to avoid getting hit by the chocobo meteors. Keep burning them down. Well, right now I kind of work from home. I'm doing video editing right now. And yeah, I only do that on the weekends. So when the launch happens, I'm gonna be there for the 3 days before. I've got it pre-ordered. So I'm gonna be going on my main character for that, and my secondary character probably, if not the 20s, whenever it drops, the day before I'm gonna go through with this character and try to get a bunch of the duties recorded and shown for people so that they can look them up if they need them. Because I know that people have a lot of... I've got a different mentality when it comes to doing dungeons, and doing videos for dungeons. I feel that everything should be explained and not just the boss fights. So, when I'm going through and doing the Evilise stuff like I'm doing right now, I try to explain what's going on with the trash fights. Kugane? No. Back to Kugane. So right now I've got, I think, 106 different videos that are specifically duty videos. And yeah, we had a large influx of players after WoW basically imploded on itself by, you know, running the same storyline that they've run every expansion since, you know, Cataclysm. And then the company itself imploded, so we've had a lot of people coming over, and I decided a lot of these people don't know how to play the game, so help them learn to play the game. So that's kind of where all of this started from. And I'm enjoying the crap out of it. Made a new character, started from level 1. They're now a level 75 paladin. And I've almost exclusively leveled this character on stream. And she will be ready for Endwalker. I got like 3 weeks to get her ready for Endwalker, and I'm more than halfway through the Stormblood content. And I don't even know if you're still there listening. I'm just enjoying talking about it because I derive great joy from this. No storyline on this character, just the stuff. few exceptions for storyline when there's like a cool character that pops up. Like in when the Calcabrena fight comes along. I just love that fight. I love that song. That's like been one of my favorites since I played Final Fantasy II on the Super Nintendo. Back when it was still referred to as Final Fantasy II. Alright, we need to go to Wineport. That's kind of out of the way. I guess I should qualify part of that. I originally created this to try to teach new players how to play, but at around the same time they reported that, well, Endwalker was going to be coming out, and they always change the way that the mechanics work when a new expansion hits. So I figured, you know, make the videos about how the different things work after the expansion hits so that I can explain them better. And so that it's like I'm not explaining a mechanic that has changed considerably from what it was there, or from what it was before, or even just removed entirely. Because it's possible that, you know, when if you've been playing long enough, you'll remember elemental materia. They removed those so long ago I don't remember because we don't have elemental resistance anymore. They were thinking, you know, oh, you go in this fight, you want to have like fire resistant gear, and with the inventory space that they gave players, it was not going to be feasible to have a different set of gear for each boss or the various primals as they come up. And plus there are 6 aspects, I think, that they had resistant gear for. Fire, frost, water, lightning, wind, and earth. So yeah, I'm feeling that lazy right now. And it's great. All the money that I spent on getting the level 70 high quality gear, I've made back. Just by doing the dungeons and the storyline quests. And I suppose some of these side quests for unlocking dungeons. And of course the dungeons themselves. I had to do a quick turn because I don't know if that would have zoned me into Outer Lenoska? Middle Lenoska. Lenoskia. You say it wrong for so long and you just get used to saying it wrong. Takes active effort to change mispronunciations. Oh, we've got to soothe him. There, there. There, there. There, there. Alright. Search for an empty wine bottle. Found an empty wine bottle, and... oh! Here's something that you don't see that often. Those, what we witnessed right there, are, bots. I'm going to see if they will reappear here. Because whenever I find bots, I like to report them because they ruin the game. How? They are usually manned by real money traders, and real money trading is something you don't want to get involved with in the game. It's against the terms of service. It will get your account banned. I don't mean it might, I mean it will get your account banned. Or they have ways of tracking it, of course. But these companies, they will go and they will continuously do this stuff. There we go. Forget any of them? They shouldn't be able to be down there. They move before. But their names just appeared in chat, so I screenshot that. And I will report them later when I'm not on stream. Basically what they're doing is they're using hacks to teleport around the map. And it's just not, they unbalance the economy for one. They take advantage of players for another. And I think the taking advantage of players is the worst thing, because if somebody gets an influx of a lot of money, that's a flag in the Square Enix system, and it gets looked into. So, if you receive a large amount of money from someone that you have previously had no contact with, that has a gibberish name, your account's going to get banned. And there is no one strike, two strike, three strike type thing with that. It is, you do it, you're out of it. So, don't do it. It's money in this game is easy enough to acquire. There are multiple ways of trying to get actual funds in the game that don't involve giving away your money to people that are trying to ruin the game, and that are honestly trying to get you banned from the game. We're finally done there. Port back to Gane. So yeah, when it comes to those guys, if you come across bots, try to like screenshot them or look at their names. If you have to, select each one of them and report them. It'll take a little bit of time to report them, but brownie points for you. Mounting here. And if you could not tell, I could not move to where they were at, so they have taken to hiding themselves on maps, spoofing various things in the maps to allow them to get locations where they're hidden from most users, and they bought themselves up to a high level to go out and farm stuff. But if you can knock them out, I think taking care of a high-level bot is better than a low-level bot, because the high-level bot, they've invested the time, and it's just more satisfying to just remove the bot from being active. Especially if they have a bunch of currency on those bots. So yeah, when my stream's over, those 3 people are going to get reported, and with any luck, they'll be gone before the end of the week. Now, what I'd like to do is use the automatic report system to report them, but the automatic report system is only for advertising of advertising of RMT. So the short of it is, don't RMT, your account will get banned. RMT being real money trading, which is buying gil from websites that don't care if you get banned. And I'm repeating myself now, so the good thing of duty is about to start. Then we can focus on that. Find Bagaman. Found him. Oh, have to find him before it's too late. Was this the one where he's like buried under rubble? Bonga Captain, somewhere on the island. Like the ones where you have to dart thing. Like the ones where you have to like search and find. Oh. One that is actually not like a 90-degree section or a small section. A little frustrating. Alright. Into the lighthouse. Second lighthouse, I think, in the game. Idorana Lighthouse is now acceptable. Accessible. And acceptable. Out of here. We're gonna queue for that as soon as we get down here. Idorana Lighthouse. Turn to Kuga. Okay, we're back in Kuga. We're gonna be waiting for this to pop. Should be able to talk to the Wandering Minstrel. So in Stormblood, the Wandering Minstrel is going to be the one that you come to unlock the extreme versions of the various fights. Since I've done a few of them, Stoa Extreme is now accessible. Zaku, this should be Hell's Cure. I don't think it's a coincidence that the Wandering Minstrel looks kind of like Yoshi, the guy in charge of the game. I mean, you can't get more self-insertion than actually putting yourself in the game as a character. So if you're doing side quests, or if you're leveling other jobs, come along and pick up the side quests that are still left, because they may not be a lot of experience, but they are enough to make a dent. Like this one, a little bit under 100k, but it's a level 62 quest. One quest. That's a lot of experience for level 61. So, side quests are for that, or you'll see during Endwalker that the experience that you need to level up is going to be insane, and you're not going to be getting it very, very fast. Okay, if you are planning on doing the relic weapon for Stormblood, want to come over and first you want to do the quest to unlock it, but this is the guy that will take you to Eureka. If you get chests from it, you don't want to enter Eureka, you can bring it over to this picker of locks. They will unlock everything. Replica vendor will give you replicas of the relic weapons that you've accrued so far, and I think also the armors. One is various pieces of gear that you can get from things within the game, things within Eureka. Eureka is also a nice place to get some special mounts and minions. I think that's the only reason I'm going to be going back, is to get the minions that are left. Mount I don't think is tradable. Let's go check on the mount, see if it's tradable, while we wait for the duty to complete. Might be doing this for a while. We'll see. Parts miss. Count as missile. A lot of horns in this game. Like the zoo horn. Still selling for money. Go horn. That's going for a lot. Eldthirst horn. Does. Summons your Eldthurs on fire. KO demon. And where Beacon Petrol Horn. Summons a gastropod known as the Eurekan Petrol. What that is. Euphidi Horn. That one I'm pretty sure is the giant ape. Final Caracal. Megalith. Oh, Antelope Bag. Ionicus. They're going to be really should have their own section. Barding is here as well. So your for Chocobo, you can equip with different barding to make it look different. Usually the barding requires clearing the X version of the one that you want, like Titania barding. We haven't done Titania, that's going to be in Shadowbringers. But the Titania barding is one that I want. My main character does it. Is basically fairy wings for your Chocobo. You have to do the extreme version, and you have to get a drop from the boss for it. I can't show you what it requires to make them because of I'm not a crafter on the character. Flying chair has come down considerably. Those used to be like 5 million. Night Pegasus, expensive. Only sold for less than 10 million. Well, don't know what that is. Bed's expensive? Bed is another one that's expensive because the chair and the bed require crafting. Gabriel Alpha identification key. Gabriel Mark III identification key. Gilded Bushy Flute. 60 million. Has sold for 45. Wow. Golden Ronkin Flute. Okay, so that might be something to look for and see. Get parasols, then you got the ballroom dancing, modern aesthetic. These are hairstyles. Maps. Then you get into all these now? I was not aware we could sell those now. Oh, that makes it so much easier to do stuff. Very interesting. Then you get into a lot of stuff that, in the game anymore. There are some items from the beta that, were never scrubbed from the game, so they'll show up in the, market board. Because technically, I think some of the items could still be on some characters. It's been a long time since beta. Alright, so we are 5 million out of 22 million experience. Oh, something else to note. If you are having difficulty finding an item on your server, or if you do not like the cost on your server, you can always check out other servers. Because you can buy from the marketplace on another server. I found that out the easy way, by forgetting that I was on another world and buying stuff from the market. While we're waiting, I should go and repair. I'm not on my main character who can repair everything. If you have the time and or money to invest in leveling crafting, I do recommend it, even if you don't use it. You can usually when you get to 50, you can buy a set of gear that's pretty decent. Will take you to 60, and then you can buy a set of gear at 60, should take you to 70, and so forth. The reason that I say that is so that you just carry dark matter in your inventory, and whenever you're getting low, where you see like a flash on the screen saying, your gear is low durability. You can repair it while you're in a dungeon. Otherwise, if your gear breaks in a dungeon and you don't have something to replace it, you're minus that piece of gear for the rest of the dungeon. There's no way to repair, there's no way to leave the dungeon and come back, because you are literally transferring to another server to do a dungeon. One of the reasons that Whispers, for a while, actually, it's the main reason that Whispers don't work on, when you're in a dungeon. The dungeon server is not set up to connect with the, What the heck did you just do, chat? Did you just reload the chat room? Is that what just happened? Okay, well, I'm going to try to get to that one. Which is going to require... making a jump. Made the jump. And if you complete certain, if you complete the sightseeing logs, you will get special bonuses from the achievement reward guy. Okay, so the early ones, they'll give you, like, a vague description of where it's at. Please, roaming the majestic locks, I came upon a spectacular vantage point. As I looked out on the breathtaking vista, I knew that I wished to share it with the world. And that's pretty much all of what they are in the later ones. In the early ones, they actually put some thought into it, and the early ones were actually a lot more annoying to get as well, because it was time restricted, weather restricted, have to do the right emote on the spot. Most of the new ones, they just have it down to, like, kneel, pray, look out. So, I like that they simplified it, because it just... you can find the spot, but if you can't access it, it's just really freaking annoying. And very few players were really happy about having to... about needing, in order to complete the achievement to get the thing, when they introduced the sightseeing log. There was one that was very easy to find in Limsa. However, it needed to be at like 8 a.m. and it had to be foggy. And let me tell you this, I stood there for 7 in-game days waiting for it to become foggy at 8 a.m. and I don't know if that's precisely what it was that was required, so it's been a while since they did that. I'm just saying as example what I call it being. But, yeah. It's like wasting multiple hours trying to get an achievement that is based on chance and RNG in the game. And frankly, RNG makes for a bad game mechanic for achievement hunting. Check out the sightseeing log and see how many fringes, locks, see, Anxia, Chasm Step. Jagged Peak. Oh, that's Peaks. One more for Kugane. Got most of the Kugane. I think the only one I'm missing in Kugane is the one I'm never going to get. I spent a day trying to get that one. And had myself a video tutorial. There's somebody going for it. Eventually. If you missed the final jump on this, you've got to start all over. Okay. Let's enter the Ruby Sea. Oh, I still have to do Heaven on High. Well, if we get into the lighthouse, then we can get into the next one quickly after that. Might be able to do that tonight as well. So I'm just looking for the lookouts, the sightseeing log. I forgot there might be 2 spots over here I could get. Here's Heaven on High. The reason it's called Heaven on High. Most of the locations that you need to... Okay. The Reederana Lighthouse. I'm going to start this momentarily. Okay. The Reederana Lighthouse. Going to skip the cutscene. You're gonna pop Iron Will. And we'll see if I main tank again. I know some people don't like tanking in these dungeons. Okay, we've got the water guy. Aquarius, if you will. Amphreet, Darkening Cloud. As everybody's here. Run forward. Field lob. Lob. And bust into stuff. Tide Pod. Yes, this came out at the same time as that was coming out. Tide Pod is a tank buster. And yes, same time as the whole Tide Pod thing was big. Okay. Gonna target multiple people and hit them with a water-based AoE. You don't want to be stacked on that one. Tsunami. Gonna face a direction, and then shoot water. Okay, that wasn't that attack. This was the knockback. Alright, so somebody else. That is the knockback attack. So after he does the initial knockback, he'll do a second one. Then pick a direction and fire it out. Okay. Water is going to chase people for 3 rounds with that attack. Move out of the way of it. I'm not naming these properly, I apologize. Dark Ewer. He's going to summon floating pots that are going to fly around, and they will gradually deal damage to people. You don't want to be standing on them. They will move. You don't want to be anywhere near them. If you get marked with an AoE attack, try to pay attention to where the Ewers are so that other people don't have to walk through your AoE to avoid getting hit with that. Got that coming around again. We've got the chasing AoE. 3 water balls will drop. And sometimes it feels like the Ewers are chasing you as a player. Let's get a heal on that person. Get back and start beating the crap out of the boss again. Darkening Rainfall. Creates a ring and summons a dark rain, which needs to be killed. I think there are multiples. If you get marked with the red triangle, you want to go and stack on people that have the red triangle, so you don't get blasted into the air. The red triangle above your head is a indicator that you need to stack with people with the same mark. Okay, we're going to toss out some heals because it is little... Okay, we got the knockback. Now he's going to start shooting water in various directions. Pay attention to the direction that the boss is facing, and more importantly, the direction that the jug is facing. So the direction the jug is facing is where he's going to be shooting the water. Or not. We'll change direction. My mistake. As he drew water from that side and then shot it to the other side. There are 4 going out. We'll toss out a heal. Get another heal out there as well. Leave the stress on the healers. Tide Pod. That's the lovely little tank buster. Okay, Locke is up. Let's get a heal on him. On them. Be nice to the other groups. Try to help a little with the heals. Famfreet is water-based, representing Aquarius, the water bearer. Water 4, raid-wide damage. We've got the Dark Ewers back up. Briny Cannonade. Do not stack. More importantly, do not get close to the edge. Try to pay attention to the boss. If you are a healer in this fight, focus target the boss so that you know what skill the boss is using. So you can prepare and not be too far away for, you know, stuff like, nope, I'm gonna get hit by that, got hit by that. Ewer seems to be chasing me. Pay attention to the boss. Oh, all my healers are dead. Boss is almost dead. And there goes Dancer Limit Break. Even if it was just me left, I could have taken that. I would have popped Hallowed Ground and beat the crap out of the boss. Now the Evilise armor is actually really cool for this place. In my opinion. So yeah, check the fight, check the info underneath the video for everything that goes on in that fight, because I may have missed something. Tried to be as specific as possible. There are some fights in here that people find difficult, and I can understand why. I have a more mathematically inclined brain than a lot of people. Here we have the Bune. I am a Bune. We're gonna wait for more people to show up. And they're not. So gonna pull. There's not everybody there. Be sure to pick up all the mobs. If you don't, they're just gonna go and go ham on other people. Particularly when they decide to start pulling the rest of them. Which is why I pulled the remaining Boon away from it. Boon, Bune, I do not know. Could be both. They're gone. A bridge will magically appear, or technologically appear. And here we are. Elias, the Gigas. Fun fight. Love this effect. Okay, so our Black Mage is AFK at the moment. They announced it, so it should be okay. Fire 4 is going to be raid-wide damage. So this boss uses time. Look at the floor. Whichever one is moving slowly you want to be standing on. Wait for the explosion, and then move on to one that had a fast-moving clock. Boss is going to move to different spots. There will be a spot on the ground that is indicated with an arrow. And it will change directions after it reaches that point. So pay attention to the ground when the boss disappears like that, and where the boss is positioned and where they're going to be charging. Alright, this one. You've got different people that are going to be targeted with this, and it's going to create a location at the spot, I believe, that they're standing. Yeah, it creates a timed release eruption facing fire explosion. The next one is going to be a they're going to be devices on the 4 corners of the center square, and we want to turn them where we are not standing in them. That'll make sense. So we got these Gigas that we need to beat down. Boss is gathering energy. Did not realize. Okay, so if they are too close to each other, they will take less damage. I did not know that. I normally don't run this as tank. So, do not have the Gigas near each other. I did not see the purple line because it was blending in. That is entirely on my fault. I'm glad somebody said something. Alright, these are the things. Walk on it, you're going to change direction. You want it facing that way. You don't want it in the middle, because it explodes the brick that it's standing on. If you have all 4 of them on the same square, it will wipe anybody that's standing on it. If you have 2 of them on the same square, that could be Alright, boss disappears, he goes there. Then we want be here. As soon as they rush the first one, run over so that they rush the second one, and you dodge it. Got to be ready to move on some of those. You got to be paying attention to the fight. And I know sometimes you can get lost in the fight. So again, move to something that's moving slow. See how it's moving slow here? You want to move to one that was going fast. Because the fast ones will go off first, slow ones will go off second. Got this again, pointed out. Okay. We do not want them pointed towards anybody, and occasionally you will have trolls that will try to... They'll move on to it last second so that people will get hit by it. And that's actually a reportable offense. See somebody do it, report them. Please. See them do it more than once. Alright, we got people getting targeted with being chased by fire. Oh, they went down, and I was not second on threat. I'm gonna be nice and heal the other paladin. Got there and there. First one goes, then we go there. You gotta time it fairly well there to make sure you don't get hit by all of them. Because you've got multiple mechanics that you've got to watch out for. If you've been paying attention to and dodging the rest of them, it should be relatively easy to do that when the time comes for them to be stacked on each other. End of time. I will report on what Hand of Time does down in the information below the video. Because I did not get hit with it, and I saw some people had slow, some people had haste, so I don't know what's going on with that. Okay, so we've made it past the second boss. Not had any problems so far. Get here. Usually you want to go A left, B middle, and B right. I'm gonna wait for... Well, I was gonna wait for that to happen, but somebody pulled defensive protocols. You want to destroy as many of these things before defensive protocols gets up. And using limit breaks is a great way to do that, as they animate. I'm going to run back over here because I think there's a large one that appears for each side. I forget. I am wrong. Yes. There are 3 that appear. These, I think, can be tanked near each other, so pull them close. And AoE them down. Immune to stun. I just took a massive hit. I think I might have gotten hit by multiple things. Oh, no, you want to pull them apart. Or, no. Clockwork device. Ancient clockwork device will appear, and you want to beat that down so that they are not immune. Alright, this next fight, not a lot of people like. This is a basic maths fight. You just have to do some basic addition, multiplication, subtraction, division. And I will explain that aspect of it when we get up to the boss. Boss. I'll explain it when it comes up, I should say. But be prepared to do some very basic math. Construct 7. These 4 platforms right here are important. Destroy. That, I think, is the tank buster, or it's the raid-wide damage. That is the tank buster. So, when destroy goes out, pop up minor cooldown, accelerate. You have 2 things happening during accelerate. You've got people being targeted with do not stack AoEs, and you've got one person being targeted with the stack AoE. Alright, intruder, readying variable systems. Pulverize. Run away from the boss. Run away from the boss. And then he starts... No, that's not it. So pulverize. You don't want to be near the boss. There will be multiple AoEs that happen, and then a line AoE. Alright, when he does this, he's going to come down on one side. He's going to zoom across and deal damage. You want to avoid being anywhere near any of the things that cause damage. Okay, dispose. Dispose is the one where he is going to be spinning around and shooting lasers. Try to be as close to him as possible. To the leg. Try to be as close to the leg that is opposite the direction he is spinning. Incinerate, that is going to be the raid-wide damage. Yep. Alright, computation mode. This is where it comes in. So what's going to happen here, your health is going to drop down to a number. It's going to be between 1 and 10 usually. Then he's going to say, do something. So my hit points were dropped to 6. Align current values with specified multiples. Multiples of 3. Because I have 6 hit points, 6 is a multiple of 3, I don't have to stand on any of the platforms. If you get it right, you get a boost in damage dealt. Divide by 4. So divide by 4. I will stand here on this one. And because I'm standing here, my health becomes 8. So I immediately get another damage boost. And this stays with you till the end of the fight. So you want to get the boosts from doing the math. It's very simple math. You just have to align what your health is with the thing that is being asked for. Okay. We're going to be drawn into a rift. We will each have a construct that we have to face. Fluid. We are going to get drawn together if we are positive and negative. If we are negative and positive, or if we are negative negative, we get pushed apart. After the construct is dead, you run to the middle and jump in. And we are back at the boss, who's doing a dance. Entering annihilation mode. I may take over dealing the most damage because I have the buff. Not actively trying to steal threat, but if I'm doing more damage. Alright, we got another one of these. You want to stack with the person. If you're not marked with an AoE, you want to stack on the person who has the stack mark. Pulverize. Run away from the boss, just to be safe. Going to add in a cross AoE this time instead of just a frontal line. Generates going out. Grade-wide damage mitigated. Computation mode, here we go again. Something I should mention, you can continue DPSing the boss during computation mode. Tracked. Alright, I am down to 5 hit points this time. He is going to say, celebrate vitals to primes. 5 is a prime number. For the record, 1 and 2 are not prime numbers in this setting, so adjust accordingly. Divide by 5. I'm also good there. So I now have computation boost up to +4. Divine Veil. Just so people get a nice little shield to help mitigate the AoE that goes out, which definitely helped there. I am now tanking. Boss is jumping back, doing this. Going down the right side of the map. Try not to stack for these. Go out. He's still on me, so we're gonna smack him with that. Okay, he's gonna be turning the opposite direction, I believe, this time. Nope, he's going this way, so run. If you need to pop your sprint to make it through the disposal phase, do it. And do an incinerate. ventilate. We're gonna pop another cooldown and that to help mitigate the damage. Beat on the boss, he's doing destroy as the tank buster. We're gonna pop a couple of cooldowns. We survived it. And the boss is down. So that one, a lot of people don't understand it, and it's not something that is, like, quick on the uptake. So, it's a math fight. All you have to do is some basic math. I know some people that is difficult. But, you'll make it through it. Just figure out, you know, 5 plus 2 is 7, which is a prime number. 5 is also a prime number.
Long have I waited for this moment.
Alright. Bypass that since it's story. So yeah, just good luck on that previous fight. For this boss, I'll explain as we go. Something to note about this boss is the fact that he will, or she will, I don't remember, it will look like the boss is not losing a lot of life. That's on purpose. Alright. So we're all here for the boss.
Empire is a cancer, and I have the barber's blade.
Okay. So boss, tank it facing away from the party.
I'll tell you, left from left.
Break is going to be tank buster. And it also hits everything in front of you. In front of the boss. We've got the same mechanic going there. Do not be in front of the boss. You do not want to be standing in front of the boss, as that happens. And you take a stack of increased damage debuff. See what I mean about the life not moving very much compared to the other bosses? White Breath, you want to be standing under the boss. It will hit everything else. Magnetic Thesis. Alright, so this is going to polarize your character. And you are going to want to stand on whichever side is opposite your polarization. The reason for this is that boss is going to be doing some wind-based attacks. And Dust Storm, if it hits you while you are levitated, it will kill you, like it did most of the people. Right, boss is going to be doing some charging. Pay attention to the arrows because he's going to rotate. Charge. Rotate again. He deals a sphere of damage each spot that he goes to. Immediately after, you're going to have another white breath. Break, so I am going to preemptively cast a heal on the tank. Okay, he's rearing back. You don't want to tank the boss near the edge, for obvious reasons. Want to try to tank the boss near the middle?
Your pain is my pleasure.
Okay, he's summoning things. Summoning these winds. Want to go and beat these winds up. Because they will continuously deal damage to people. Crap. You need to get near the boss and opposite polarity. Because Dust Storm. And watch what's going to happen. Okay. Cyclone. This is where we actually get to do damage to the boss. Fly around. Get positioned at different locations. Oh. Never mind. When the boss summons the ads. There are going to be 3 ads around the area. You want to grab them and destroy them. Okay. As soon as the ads are down... Crap. Oh, that's gonna hurt. As soon as the ads are down, you've got the Heart of the Dragon. You want to burst the Heart of the Dragon before the mana level reaches max, which is easy to do these days. And then you can focus on the boss. But if you look at the boss, killing the heart just took off half its life.
This is far from finished, Guardians.
And he also takes increased damage now. So he's going to do another charge. You can see that he telegraphs the direction he's going to be spinning. Usually good to try to get, behind the boss for this. Let's see if we can heal our Black Mage friend. White Wind again at the very end of that. Break's coming out, so I'm going to cast a heal on the tank. He didn't need it. They popped cooldowns. Magnetic Lysis again. But we are going to have to dodge. You want to stay on the side that keeps you grounded. Try not to get pulled in by the boss as they're doing the... Oh! There are whirlwinds going around at this point. I did not see them. But you want to be grounded for the dust storm, otherwise you will take increased damage. Comes another cyclone. We're going to be knocked into the air. We'll fly around for a bit. Take damage. Growing threat. Not mistaken. That increases the damage the boss does. At this point, it's just rinse and repeat, dealing with the various mechanics. So at the end of this, he's going to do another White Wind.
Your suffering is not yet over.
And we've got level 3 limit break, meaning that, yep, the boss is dead. Well, we've got 2 chests open here. Not going to take the cards for that, for the songs. Alright, so that was the raid on a lighthouse. That is the second raid in the Evilist series. It's really fun. If you want to know more about the different fights, please go down and check the information under the video. Alright, so I think that, yeah, the loot got rolled for. So we've completed 2 of them. We've got 1 left. And then we'll see where we are on time, because 2 hours in. 2 to 9? No, that's not an excuse for ending anything early. Finish this. And I do recommend doing the lighthouse. I think it is that there is a lock because some of the characters that are involved in this become part of the main story in Shadowbringers. And if you haven't gone through this and you've gone through and used the level up thing, I wholeheartedly encourage you to do New Game Plus so you can witness this storyline again. Speak to Mikoto. In fact, I'm pretty sure you need to do this storyline to unlock the relic weapons in Shadowbringers. Okay, speak with Boggy down in Kurane Landing. Okay. Like that there's random skull hanging. Yep. Oh. Speak with Boggy again. Get to board his vessel this time. Get to skip a cutscene. Speak with Mont Blanc. Where are you located, Mont Blanc? There you are. I kind of wish that they had gone with a different model for Mont Blanc. Make him look more like his, original counterpart. Not like they haven't used a different model for certain characters. Like limited characters. Like Fran, her model is not the same as the regular Bunny Girl model. It's slightly different. Probably find many instances of people going over the differences between them. Because some people characters they find sexy. Sometimes you're in a free company with somebody that pays that attention and likes to share the information. Alright, so we want to go to the Ruby Bazaar. Good tonight. So that's the new one. We've got two trials to get through. One or two more dungeons. And Heaven on High. I know Friday I'm planning on going through all of the Omega duties. So that's going to be 12. Probably going to be really short because they're the 12-man, or the 8-man raids. Tend to be shorter than these. And with a shorter wait time to get into them. Back there, so let's go to grenade. So when we finish, it was the lighthouse, Rabanester, and then the monastery, Yorebone Monastery. When we finish with that, I am going to take a short break. And then we will come back and see what's going to happen. I think I will go through and I'll decide. I'll either do the two duties. In fact, I'm probably going to do the 2 duties and then do the Heaven on High on Friday with other thing. Megascape. Ramza. Integral character in Final Fantasy Tactics. Ran, integral character in Final Fantasy XII, and Mont Blanc, integral character. That's what I meant to say, integral character. We've got Mont Blanc, ran all 3 of the games that take place first shared. I want to say the first shared Final Fantasy world. As in the first set of games that took place in the same world in Final Fantasy. Because most of them are on different worlds. And my personal headcanon for that was Yorebone Monastery. Well, my personal headcanon for Final Fantasy is it's taking place on different planets in the same galaxy. That have all evolve their own thing, so that something that is happening in this planet, like the stuff with Sephiroth in Final Fantasy VII, is just affecting that solar system. Alright. Clear selection. Let's select the orb. Let's queue up. It says we've got an average wait time of 21 minutes. The first one said we had a wait time of 15, and we got in almost instantly. So, going to leave. We're going to continue our search for the lookout point. Because the lookout points give us a little bit of experience. So yeah, my headcanon for the Final Fantasy series is they all take place on different worlds in the same universe, just far away from each other. There are galaxies that we have not seen yet because they are too far away from us for light to have reached us. I need to check on that. That's actually a good question to check on. But there are galaxies that are far away from us that we probably can't see them. No, for a fact, that's true. Oh no, that's turning a quest, I think. No, that's for Orochi. Or, Seiryu. Okay. That's adorable. When you want the fat chocobo to run, you hang a melon in front of it, or a cabbage, or whatever that is. Cabbage. You want it to fly fast. When you want to fly, you hang cake in front of it. I like that attention to detail. Don't think that you can land on the Heaven on High tower. Funny, I have this place in my neck. Meant to be a joke. There might be a spot that we can land on this to get a lookout. Don't think there is. Yeah, you can't even land on it. We look for the lookout point. Most of them are going to be around cities. Some are going to be underwater. Here. Aimo Umemi. Just want to fly around and hopefully we'll see some of these. The lookout. If you don't get any response from the lookout, you try kneel, you try pray. If you don't get a response from those two, just like go through a list of your generic. You don't want to go to that. I like how the lighting effect is there, but the rest of it is. I am so looking forward to 3 weeks from now. And I'm going to be testing the book theory. I don't have anything to lose from testing the book theory. The Wondrous Tale theory, I should say. I've actually got to finish this book so I can get the one for next week. Right? That's going to take us to the 8th, then the 15th. Okay. So I need to finish this book or I can't do it. You have 2 weeks to complete a Wondrous Tales book. You do not complete the Wondrous Tales in the 2 weeks, you have to throw it out and get a new one. But if you have a book on, like, Friday of a week, or I should say Monday, which is the last day to turn it in for the week because everything resets on Tuesdays, you have, like this one, the deadline is the 16th. So I have to turn it in before the end of this week. The one that I get next week, I have to hold on to until the week of the 16th and get that one completed so that I can turn it in for easy experience after the expansion drops. I don't know if it's going to work. I do not know if it's going to work. Oh. I hope that it works because it's going to make part of the travels a lot easier. The problem with doing it that way, though, is well, I guess there is no problem with doing it that way. Another one. Land. That's a prey one. Let's go check out giant up in the middle of this place. If there aren't any places to look out here. Expect it on top of the roof or on the spire. The other place that I would expect them to be is on top of one of these, what appear to be fingers coming out of the ground. Don't think... Okay. That statue looks like it's gonna have one. So, yeah, I will finish this book probably offline because that's just gonna be running the same dungeon over and over again. What do you know? There's one up here. Let me guess, this is gonna be a prey one, right? Nope. Look out. So yeah, I'm gonna finish that probably offline because it is just repetition and I mean I could do it on stream. I don't know if I'll have time to do it on stream. I'm trying to do all of the dungeon content on stream and get through everything quickly. Might be on top of this thing. But welcome to Namazu Central. Goro Ilo. Oh. Namazu aren't here yet. I haven't finished the quests. So the Beast Tribe quests will eventually get you various places. And the Beast Tribe quests for A Realm Reborn actually have a unified story among all of them. So as soon as you complete all of them, get to the final stages, get, what is it, Bloodsworn with all of them, more things will appear for you. So it is worth doing for lore purposes and achievements. Knew there had to be one on one of these. Okay. There's going to be one more. It would probably be near that river. And after that, I'm going to go and fly out and check out all the fingertips. Nope. Don't think I see anything. One thing that I do hope happens in a future expansion is, you know, you've got all these places that you can visit, and you've got this river that's coming from this tunnel right here. I would like to know what's up that tunnel. And it looks like there's stuff that is actually north of there. Go, yeah, up one more. But we are right here. We are at the northernmost part of this. Yet there's still more country up here to go through. So much to go through that we haven't actually gone through. And it'd be nice to, you know, have some areas that turn into like a game, an open world type exploration. Like the I cannot think of the name for the life of me right now. Skyrim. There we go. It would be nice to have some zones that are like Skyrim, where you can actively explore everything. And some would argue that Eureka is like that, but it really isn't. It's just a giant square map again. Right, we're at 14 minutes. We just need a lot of DPS and 2 healers. So what will eventually happen is people queued for the raid duty finder. See that here? Yeah, alliance raids. People queued for this. Eventually they will get funneled into this one since this has been in the queue for a while. The only way that another group would go first is if they specifically had like a group of 8 that queued for one of the other duties. Okay, so that is that. I think next we're going to go explore Yangxia. Or Yangxia. Hello. House of the Crooked Coin. This is important for storyline later. Yangxia. Yangxia. New King on the block. Oh, I haven't finished that one yet. New King on the block is for Rathalos, and we will see about doing Rathalos on Friday if we have people for it. As I said, I want to go in with at least a couple people that know what they're doing. That's not a forgiving fight. Many of the level 70 duties you can do unsynced and clear them by yourself. That is not one that you can. You need at least 2 or 3 people. Just mechanics-wise. I should say it's not easy. I'm thinking of extreme where you need, I think, 2 people minimum. Fate discovered nearby. Wolves. Curiosity killed the catfish. So Curiosity killed the catfish is one of the, what do I want to say? One of the fates that drops a cosmetic item. You will get a sword or Dark Knight cosmetic. It's like a giant scaling weapon. Or is it? Yeah, I think it's that. Yep, the sword that he's wielding is what you'd get. Kinda cool, you can run all the way down there. There's one. And they are officially called vistas. These points of location I'm looking for. Typically they don't get placed too close to each other. I think up here there might be one. Nope. I think that this game could benefit from some operation. Might be difficult to run an open world server though. I like to say that World of Warcraft is an open world thing. It's just a seamless zoning in the same area, not necessarily. Of certain areas. I don't know if they fixed it. Had to. Typically had to own into Burning Crusade areas around Quel'Thalas. Could not fly in those zones because for some reason they couldn't figure out how to program it so you could fly in those zones. Spaghetti coding. When you need to actually like reprogram half the game in order to fix like that, not well to begin. That or the people that coded it wanted to enjoy job security. That's one of got like people that set up networks in a specific way that are extremely convoluted, and unplugging one cord could shut down like an entire section that it wouldn't really make sense that unplugging that cord would shut down that section, but it's designed in a way that makes it so that if something goes wrong, only you know how to fix it without a complete and utter reworking of everything that is there. Which is one way to guarantee job security, and it's also a way to make people hate you. Especially if you do get fired and somebody has to fix your problem. I do while hearing lovely stories about bosses not listening when they're told, hey, this needs to be done a specific way. Yeah. Just gonna fire you and hire 3 people to replace you. Okay. Now what's that specific way that needs to be done? I forget. A lot of times the people that they bring in to reduce costs end up causing more problems. That although they've got a higher salary, they are being underpaid. The job that they comes to businesses, most of the people that are managers are not managers because they know how to actually manage things. Managers become charismatic and know how to move up the corporate ladder. Get somebody that really doesn't know what they're doing. Dunning-Kruger effect comes into play. Oh, you're Kruger is. I know more about this because I don't know anything about this. The less you actually know about it, the more confident you are in knowing stuff about it. I think when it comes to any bit of information, approaching it like Socrates, I know nothing. Oh, I just saw an LFG go up. Meaning something is happening. Happening. It's step. Trials. Bates, that's up. Oh. Okay, so I got some pasta salad today, and I was not expecting the pasta salad to be what it was. One of the ingredients is apple cider vinegar, but it's a cheese-based pasta, so it's like it doesn't taste how you expect it to. It's really good, but it's just confuses the senses. Oh, that's the other thing that I'm hoping to have on this character. If I can get to 80 on this character or Paladin, I'm not going to switch over and do other jobs. I'm going to stick with Paladin up to level 90 if the cap is raised to 90, which it should be. And want to be able to save up rested experience points. Far down here, not supposed to be blue. You participate in a dungeon, it gives you double experience, plus 50% experience because of the rested experience. Because I'm not playing the character every day and I'm logging off inside of a city, I get the extra added in for every minute that I'm not online. Goes up to, I think, 150% of what is there. So it's actually really stupid to use it on like a level 1 job because it will be eaten up in like 5 or 6 kills. Something to think about there. Planning the leveling for the expansion. Also, you are going into the areas that are going to be populated as the expansion hits. Realize that you don't need to get. Okay, let's do it on this Minobi. So you don't need to have initial threat on the creature that you're attacking. You just have to do like 10% damage to the creature to get credit for the kill. This isn't like other games where you need to do like half the damage on the thing. You just need to do a little bit of damage to show that you had been working on it. So that if you can. A lot of mobs are going to be high demand because you've got, hundreds of people doing the quests. They'll be progressing at different points, so even if you come in day 2, you'll still have hundreds of people progressing the quests at the very beginning of the expansion. So just tag what you need. Most of the non-storyline most of the enemies are not going to be required for a lot of crap. I'm trying to think of where I was going with that initially. As I said, the story in this is a single-player story. You group with other players to do dungeons and stuff like that, but yeah, I don't even have to wait in expansion when I get there because it's gonna unlock the trust. Here we go. Here we go. And if I remember that thought, I will come back to it. We're gonna let it get down to about 25 and then hit enter. Because why not? Oh, I wasn't the last person. Okay. Tried to do it to be the last person so that we could get in there and I can start things. Everything will be hunky-dory. We have been waiting with 3 tanks for a while, so even if this fails to go through, we should get right back to the front. Okay. Should go right back to the front, but that doesn't mean that we will. It'll take about 5-10 seconds for it to catch up. Looks like, yep, go. Let it get down to 30 seconds. Right? Mence? Okay, now we're missing a DPS and a tank. This'll be interesting. I love the monastery. I've gone through it a lot. The fights are fun. The fights are ones you've got to pay attention to mostly. But yeah, monastery will be fun when we finally get into it. If we get into it. At this point, it's just gonna repeat until we actually get in. There's all the tanks. All the healers, and we just need that last DPS. Come on, come on. Press accept. New person, press accept. Come on. All waiting for you. You have 23 people waiting for you. Come on, friend. Push the button. Push the button. Push the button. Okay, so that's 3 that we've gone through. But at least we got people paying attention now. Hopefully. Alright. Come on, next one. It's not even that late. Right. 3, 4, 13. 3, 6, 14. Come on. Come on, this is what, 5th time? Finally. The Orbone Monastery. Good, oh good, oh good. We made it. You're the tank. Up your Iron Will. Up your Defiance. Grit, whatever you have to increase your enmity. Right, so that is one of the other tanks. I'm in Alliance B, so I'm going to take the Harpy in the middle. And we're going to tank them facing away from people, of course, but in the same area so that we can AoE them down. And then there's going to be another one that will pop up after these guys are dead. Oh, look away from gaze. There it is. So we're going to find out who actually is going to be highest on threat. I may be the one that is going to be highest on threat. Alright, once the trash is down, we are going to be going in against, what is his name? Him. He's an engineer from Final Fantasy Tactics. Starts with an R, I want to say. Got some talking going on. No, Mustadio. Okay. Let us engage Mustadio. Mustadio, pay attention to the direction he is facing. Energy burst. That's going to be raid-wide damage. If you are tanking, you will have a left gun, right gun thing. Arm shot is a tank buster, so be ready for it. Right hand gun, so you want to go to left side and then immediately to the other side. Oh, stop doing... Oh, that's gonna suck. This is not a fight where you want to be fighting for threat on. If you are not main tanking it, please avoid and turn off your tanking stance. It's good to establish some threat, but after you've established it... So this section, you're going to have these guys that'll show up. They're going to do a line across, deal damage. You're going to target random people. They're going to be hunted down with various shots. Here comes the energy burst again, so we're going to mitigate some of that. Pop that. And threat just got passed because... Alright, analysis. Important. You get this ring around you. It's a 370-degree ring. The boss is going to jump up to a location, and... the ring, you do not want to stack on anybody, and you want to aim the opening towards the boss. If you do not aim the opening towards the boss, you will die. Okay, Mustadio is on me again, because the other tank died. I do not have my... not have my hallowed ground anymore. Left hand gun. Crap, I went to the wrong side. I get hit by it. My vulnerability up. He's going to be doing the right one next. Or energy burst next. So whichever one he says, if you're tanking, do the opposite. If you're behind him, you can copy it. Alright, so for this one, he's going to summon two things right there. They are going to come up, and they will do a quarter of the map. They will explode for part of the map as damage. Ballistic missiles. This is going to be targeting players. They have to be away from people and not stacked on anybody. There goes the left hand gun. Right hand gun. Switch to the other side. Arm shot. That's the tank buster, so popping cooldowns. Alright. Now soon he's going to do a combination of the quarter grid and So this is going to be an okay spot to run and stand. This is going to be safe because it's going to be away from... Not going to hit the cross pattern, and it's not going to be a spot for the quarter of the group, quarter of the map people. Gonna do it again. Oh, we've got there, we got there. So right over here is going to be where we're going to stand for safety. Oh crap, that is on me. That is on me for not seeing that properly. Harder to heal for a little bit because of that. Okay, so the red beam, that means you're going to be hunted by rockets. And we've got him disappearing again. He's up there. Do not stack. Aim the opening towards the boss.
Let this be your final testament.
Okay. We're about to lose our stacks of the debuff. Leg shot. Don't recall what leg shot is in this. I think that's grade-wide damage. Left handgun. Right handgun. Energy burst, that's going to be raid-wide damage. We're going to pop a cooldown. We're going to hit the Hitler with a heal since they just got rezzed. Arm shot, popping cooldowns. And I'm going to toss a heal on myself. Okay, so third one over. Third one, fourth one over. We're good here, it looks like. Yep. And if you can, pull the boss in if there are a lot of people there so that they can get behind and deal some damage. But that is Mustadio down. Take the right path because the left path has a door in front of it. Mystic gloves. Not common that you get two of the same item dropping. So yeah, that is one of the fights that if somebody has established threat on the boss and you're another tank, don't fight for threat because you're going to spin the boss. You don't want to spin that boss.
Guides your fate, but have you the faith to fulfill his legacy?
Agrius. This is a boss with tank changes. So we're going to wait for everybody to get here. Ursat's theory is still behind a little bit. You don't want to be like that Dragoon maid. If you want to get through something fast, voice it to people and say, hey, can we go a bit faster? Don't start pulling things. Thunder Slash. On me. The frontal cone attack, it will hit everybody behind you. And hey, someone decided to taunt.
To the current of life we succumb.
For this section, grab the shield, be facing the boss, activate it. Don't press anything until the attack goes off, then you can move and start attacking again. Find light. We'll pop a cooldown just in case. That's raid-wide damage, okay. This is another Thunder Slash. We'll pop Sheltron again. Tank Buster, and it hits everybody in front of him. So be ready for that. I will never understand the people that run towards the tank. It just shows very little raid awareness. Okay. Cleansing Strike. So this is what I meant when I was talking about tank swapping. Occasionally you'll get pulled into this little area. I'm glad we did it first. You want to come grab the sword. You have this little thing here. You want to target the thing and then activate it. You don't want them to reach the middle because then they blow up for damage and you get a debuff. So not all of them are killable with this. I think just the ones that have the shields around them are killable with it. The rest of them... I'm gonna come kill this one. This one needs to be attacked and killed. Shielded one. That. Shielded one we do again. Another one. Alright, and then once everything is dead, we get tossed out. There's another mechanic that happens while you are inside there. It happens out here for the people that aren't part of that. I'm gonna come and start regaining my threat on the boss because I lost it all. I might have the most for my party. Alright, we got shields again. Do you want to grab the shield? Activate it for Judgment Blade. Make sure you're facing the boss when you activate it.
The dreams of men are fleeting, yet they must be embraced if they are to flourish. Have you the faith to do as much?
Alright, so we've got the shield, which we want. Which I got swapped for this. Come and crap. I am going to pop cooldown. I want to come and destroy all these shields so we can destroy the Shield Knight. So ideally, the Sword Knights, you get the shield, and when they activate their skill that was right there that I had to pop a cooldown for, you want to use the shield for that, but when the Shield Knight erects its shields, you want to use the sword on all of its stuff. I'm going to be here. I'm not going to get threat again, I don't think. Got the shields. Face the boss. Activate the Heavenly Shield. Go to the next phase so we can show what the actual outside of the Shadow Realm is. Cleansing Flame. Cleansing Flame is going to target multiple players. You want to move away from each other, and sometimes you just have to stop moving because... Alright, here it is, Cleansing Strike. You can still damage the boss right now, and I recommend doing so. But, one group is going to be locked in prisons, and one group is going to be able to run around and break people out of the prisons. So, once everybody is out, you just want to sit there and DPS the boss. Wait for the attacks to go off. Yeah, you have threat. Not close to taking threat, but you have threat. Alright, so this means they are coming out soon. Better to hit by just one than by two. So if you have to get hit by something, make sure you only get hit by one. Boss should be done. Like so.
Well fought, champion. I leave you now to your quest. My Ovelia awaits.
Okay, crash time again. So, this trash teaches some of the next boss. Come on. Well, I shouldn't say teaches some of the next boss. You need to have 4 people on each stand, or the guy summons enemies, like so. And then one of the tanks has to go pick it up, and people DPS it down, and it just makes the trash go slower. But nice way of illustrating what actually happens in this fight. If you don't step on the pads. You will also send out 3 bolts, different directions at various players, and you don't want to be standing, especially if they stack like that first set had 2 that were stacked. Alright, so this next fight is going to be a 3-tank fight. And I will explain the abilities as they go out. Because it's a lot to take in, and we usually don't get towards the end of one mechanic. We've actually got some pretty low DPS today, so it's a good possibility we'll make it to some of the phases that we normally don't. Normally, well, lately the boss has been getting to the boss will die when the frost phase starts.
Your coming was foretold, servant of Ivalice. Or perhaps you serve another.
So,
I am Count Sidolphus Orlando.
A to the left, B in the middle, C to the right. This is where the game will place you when you leave certain places. So, the boss has a rush in and a back out mechanic. And boss is pulled. So it doesn't matter which tank is highest on threat here. But with the way things have been going, it's going to be me. Cleansing Strike. Puts Doom on everybody. The only way to get rid of it is to heal to full. I'm going to toss out a few heals just to be on the safe side. Holy Sword. Holy Sword, he's going to target 3 platforms with this Holy Sword. You don't want to be on the platforms because it can... Okay, this is the getaway. Back away. You can tell when the swords are Shadow Blade, you do not want to drop this in the group. You want to go back and drop it somewhere away from people. Later, there were going to be 2 of those. You want to drop one there, and then one back here. B has the 2 circles to the sides. Crush Helm, this needs to be cleansed. If it's not cleansed, I'm going to take a lot of damage. That is something that the healers or bards need to pay attention to. If you see the Crush Helm going out, get ready to cleanse the tank. Holy Sword. This one you go in for because the swords are in the ground. Get out. Do not like the fact that both of our healers are so low in health. Alright, this one. You need 3 people per circle. You do not have 3 people in each circle, massive damage goes out. And I mean extremely massive. In even debuffed, it can wipe. Crush Weapon. Crush Weapon is a sewing needle attack. It goes out, and it chases you. You don't keep moving, you will get caught and you will die. Alright, we have made it to the second phase. Run to the wall, grab your target, and start beating the crap out of it. These guys will target players in the group randomly. Each one will not target another alliance group unless one alliance group is dead. Hallowed Bolt. Going to be targeted on Emma. Emma's going to run away, which is not what you want to do. Get to the edge of the circle, because it's going to go twice. And then you want to be ready for the stack. Get on the stack. A lot of damage going out. What is this? Hallowed Bolt. Hallowed Bolt is going to be going on them. So it's going to be the opposite. It's going to be a ring and then point blank AoE. And we've got somebody that is being marked with that. They need to get away from the party because it's a line attack. We're going to heal them. Okay. Okay, that's what happens when they die. Okay. Come here. Go Divine Veil. And then we're gonna pop Passage of Arms. Don't know if that actually did anything to help. But, yeah, here we are again. Holy Sword. There will be a variation now that we've made it past the middle point. He's going to do a Holy Sword, and he's going to lay them out in an order. That was on me. That was me being stupid. I was waiting for him to move, and I didn't realize that was the point-blank AoE instead of the ring. Crush Weapon is going out, so they need to keep moving. Keep running, my friend. Keep running. Crush Helm is going out at the same time, so I am going to pop cooldowns to stay alive. Crush. Okay, this is the one we go in. Heal Ursats. Get back on the boss. This is the one that I'm thinking of. So we want to go and run over here. It's the only time that you really leave your spot. As soon as the attack goes off, you can move to the next one. Not recommended that you try to split the groups, because this is going to be a wipe if we do not get our healers up.
Even the strongest of shields cannot defend the weakest of wills. A moment's hesitation
Crush armor.
A lifetime
Yep.
of pain.
This is going to be a wipe. The reason it's going to be a wipe is there aren't going to be enough players to do certain mechanics. Why do we only have 2-bar limit break? Oh, you lose your limit break when everybody dies.
You will find my defenses quite impenetrable.
This is going to be a wipe. Yeah. So this is something that happens. And this is the spot where it's going to be the wipe, because there's not enough people to stand on all the places, and you will see how much damage gets dealt. They probably popped Living Death.
The
No.
screams of ruin rise above the storm's discord. Shudder not in her endless cold.
Okay. Oh. It happens. I was kind of expecting it to happen on this boss or the last boss. It'll probably happen on the last boss. Yeah, as somebody pointed out in chat, this is the nerfed version of this boss. Alright. Toss out a ready check. Make sure everybody's here. And somebody pulls.
The hearts of men are black with corruption and must needs be cleansed.
Okay, there goes the Doom. And toss Divine Veil up, just to give us a nice little bonus shield.
I call out to the skies and tremble as
I'm gonna heal myself.
Of 1,000 bolts blinds mine enemies and tears their flesh asunder. To the current of life we succumb. Its
This is run in.
swift and final. Its bite as cold as steel. Open your eyes to the darkness and drown in its loveless embrace. The gods will not be
Hey,
watching.
thanks for the raid. I am currently in the middle of a fight that I'm explaining. This needs to be cleansed off me. If it's not cleansed off me, I gotta pop cooldowns. So, of course I gotta pop cooldowns because nobody cleanses. It's okay.
Show me more.
Thank you for the raid. I am currently focusing on this fight. We've wiped on this boss once. I'm explaining the fight as we're going through.
Seven fates
He's
foretold, yet at the
curling up
end
for
of the
point blank
broken path
AoE,
lies
so we
death,
run away from it.
and death alone.
Go back in. Continue fighting. Beating the boss down. Thank you for the raid, Ultimate.
By the sword
Duskblade.
is to die by the sword.
You need 3 people on each one of these spots all the way around.
Flames of hell.
There are 6 spots total, meaning 18 players total. If you don't, you take massive damage from the Duskblade.
Honed is the blade that severs the
We're going to be
villain's
getting the Crush weapon soon, I believe it is.
Is the path
Yes.
that leads
So
him
they are going to want to keep running. Because it's going to be a Sewing Needle attack that chases them. And they need to keep running. That is a dead healer. Because they did not keep running. Transition phase right here. But we get this coming up. We got the boss. I'm going to do a point blank thing. Try to hit it. Get a couple shield lobs to establish threat. Alright, with this trash, you gotta burn it down as fast as you can. He's gonna target one player with a skill. Hallowed Bolt. He's gonna toss out a bolt that, that's a bit far away for most of the players. It's gonna do a ring and then a point blank AoE, or it's just going to do a ring, or it's just gonna do a point blank then a ring. It alternates. Just want to focus getting your guy down. As soon as your guy is down, you can go and help others. That group is doing very well. Hollowed bolt again. Oh. So we get to stand here. Goes off and then move. That person that gets marked with the purple sigil needs to run away from the group. Oh. Yeah, heal everybody up. I should not have stopped that heal because I didn't realize a dot went out on people.
Holy blade, the very world lies in balance.
So, get them up, get them healed.
Now the scales will tip.
And as soon as we are out here, reposition yourself after you get out of that. The boss is going to cast everyone at 1 HP Doom again. Right?
Come, show me
No, the Holy
more.
Sword. I got thrown off by the raid. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it.
Is not
Holy
so
Sword.
easily
Swords are in the ground, so you want to go and get close to the boss. It's a ring attack. Run out.
Were you expecting a
Crush weapon.
modicum of rust?
Person that gets that needs to run and keep running.
You will find my defenses quite
Keep running.
impenetrable.
Ooh, hallowed ground.
A piteous display.
Okay, run away from the boss. This is going to be a point-blank AoE. We're doing a lot better this time. GG Holy Sword. This is the progressive one. So we are fine where we are. So we can just stay where we're at. Goes 1, 2, 3. And now we get the cleansing strike. Yes, this is where we need to get heals out on people. I'm gonna try to get the others up first.
Even the
And then-
strongest of
okay.
shields cannot defend the weakest of wills.
There we go. Crush armor's going out. This is something that the tank cannot get. So if you are not the tank, you want to run and take 1 stack of crush armor each time it goes out. If the tank gets it, it's pretty much tank is dead. Because the boss is going to do an attack at the very end against the tanks that does massive damage. Alright, so we've got this again. So if you get it this time, you want to run to the back of the platform if you can. You don't want these overlapping. Because if they expand into each other, they explode and deal damage. Okay, we got that going out, so I'm popping cooldowns. Crush Helm. Alright, we got Duskblade coming out again. Yeah, we had some go off. We've got 3 on each. Duskblade still went out and did pretty decent damage.
The screams of ruin rise above the storm's
Look behind you and see which one has the ice on it.
shudder not in her
Try to get to the one with the ice on it. And kill the ice, because the ice will explode and deal raid-wide damage to everybody. You don't want to stand on the ice because you will be taking damage from the ice. I'm wondering why the healers aren't healing us. Especially since the tank keeps taking damage during that phase. Alright. So we've got some of the limit breaks going out.
Come, show me
Holy
more.
Sword. This one, you just move over and
Clouds have
that
parted,
is the boss down.
and the skies cleared. It is time my bad
And that was the Thunder God Sid. Welcome in, Raiders. I apologize for not welcoming you better right off the bat, but as you can see, I was indisposed. I'm not just tanking, I'm also explaining the fights, so it's kind of, we'll watch the cutscene. Unless storyline happens, we will watch cutscene.
Is it sanctum you
And storyline happens.
my wayward children?
I'm trying not to show any storyline for this because I want players to be able to enjoy the storyline on their own. This is mainly for the fights, to teach the fights. And we had one wipe in there, so I had to explain that fight a second time. This fight is split into two halves. We're gonna wait for people to get out of the storyline. We have somebody that exited. Oh yeah, the stream has been going really well. I don't consider the wipe a bad thing. This is a learning demonstration, so... Oh, the maid is gonna pull again.
You shall rue the day you raised your eyes to the heavens.
And I just called them out for face pulling. Because that is not something that you want to do when people are stuck in watching cutscenes. So this boss is going to split the area into multiple places. You kind of don't want everybody to be in the same spot because if that happens, then people die. There are multiple AoEs that will go off on the ground.
Your very soul shall not escape.
Okay, pay attention in this spot. There are going to be ice crystals that are dropping from the ceiling. They get summoned in these little red spots. And you want to be standing in the one spot that they do not intersect at. So they will each set off rays in the cardinal directions.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest
Demi
night
Aquarius, this is going to be summoning water. As I said earlier in one of the other raids, this is the water bearer.
kneel before me.
So, summons these floating things. Will deal damage if you get near them. They move kind of sporadically, so watch out. Try to avoid them if you can.
Denizens of the abyss,
Demi
from
Aries,
ink
this is
of
going to pull
blackest night
out Ram, which is the time stop person. So keep an eye on the ground. Pay attention. You got a slow moving one, you want to be standing near a fast moving one. And then you move over. So this is a culmination of every, well, not every fight, but many of the bosses from the previous raids. Demi Leo is coming next, which is going to be the towers. So pay attention, 2 towers will get raised. Look at where they get cut. And then move accordingly so you don't get hit by the falling towers. And... okay, I thought I saw a mechanic that I was not seeing before. We're good. Alright.
defiance.
We are entering second phase of the first half of this boss. Slow to fast. Pay attention to the bosses. You get it, something on your head, stack on somebody else that has one. If you don't, you get knocked into the air. You have the epicenter AoE that hits. This guy jumps to the side, be on the side that does not have the flaming blade on it. A lot to pay attention to, a lot to dodge. Once they are taken care of, once you make it through this section, if you can make it through this section, we have a bit of storyline to go through. So, yes, you were playing Pokemon trading card game, and you got your butt kicked. Sorry to hear that. But glad you're here. I'm glad your stream went well. So these guys are going to create a force field. And what you want to do
Life before rising to the heavens in a cleansing conflagration of divine benevolence.
is let the angel pontificate for a bit.
Your souls are
There's going to be continuous damage done doing this. So you want to continuously heal the group. And the boss is going to poke its head through the shield. And you unload everything you can onto the head of this boss. Because if the barrier strength reaches 0 before the ruination dies, then you lose the barrier and you don't make it to the next phase. So, if we wipe from this point on, we are going to be coming to the second phase of this fight. If you wipe at this part, which hopefully you don't make it to the second phase, you gotta start the entire phase over again. It's, back in the day, when this was current content, that was difficult to deal with. Alright, boss is gonna drop down. Get where you still have these cardinal spots on the ground, crosses. So, it's going to target whoever had the highest threat before, which was our little dancer tank. As another tank, things that we have to pay attention to. Okay. Wind is blowing here. You can see the lines going to the right. It's going to move the demons, so you do not want to be standing on the lines if there's wind going on. Pay attention to the wind lines. They are very apparent if you are looking for them. If you're not looking for them, you will miss them.
Your very soul shall not escape.
Grand Cross. Alright, so pay attention again. We have the wind going.
Kneel before me.
Oh crap, I've got to go all the way over there. I'm gonna get hit by one, I think. The only safe square. Yep. Ouch. Ouch and a half.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night.
That's summoning the ring. Yep. So, these little symbols are going to appear on the outside. One person needs to be at each spot, following it around, because they're going to be angels that fall from the sky and try to deal damage. And I am now tanking, so I just popped my I am invincible cooldown. Alright, we've got traps that have been set down on the ground. Do not run over these blue spots. They are going to pulse. You want to avoid them as the other AoEs go out. You've got some people that get rooted by various things. Alright, now that we are tanking, we're going to try to heal people as well. The more we can keep people alive, the better.
Bend to my will.
Alright, boss is going to appear here. We're going to get knocked back. Take a look at the map, and you want to move through this and avoid the enemies. If you get the dominoes on your head, you want to stop moving before it goes off. You cannot do any skills until you reach this zone right here. And then once you get here, you can heal. You can do what you need to do to prevent yourself, and then you can beat the boss. If you get one of these rings, you do not want to be standing in around the boss either. You want to run out and then run back in if you can. Alright, we have got a tri-directional beam AoE. It'll explode in those three directions. You want to not be standing in those three directions. If you get it, you want to run out, away from people. I run through the boss to turn it around.
From ink of blackest night, I
Alright, we've got the Ring of Angels again. So, the angels are going to be coming down. If there's not somebody standing on all those points, they're going to deal damage to everyone. And you can see people caught the angels and deflected them. Grand Cross again. We've got wind going to the left now, so all of the icicles are going to be moved to the left. 1, meaning this is going to be the safe spot. Yep, that was the safe spot. Demi Virgo is coming out now. We do not have the wind with this one, I don't think, so we stand where we're supposed to, and I get killed because of AoEs.
Citizens of the Abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
And just rinse and repeat after that.
I am your mother.
And that is the Orbone Monastery. I think we did pretty good. Good. Pass on everything. Except for the gear, because we... Straight in. Alright, now I can give you some attention. So I apologize for not giving you direct attention during that. It's one of the drawbacks of doing this this format for Final Fantasy XIV right now. You're going to bed. Okay, you go to bed, get ready for work tomorrow, have a good sleep. Everybody else that's in here, thank you for coming in on the raid. I'm Sentient Dessert. I am a variety streamer. I try to do all sorts of games. Right now I'm focusing on Final Fantasy XIV because there's an expansion coming up soon. And I'm trying to get this character through this expansion and the next expansion in 3 weeks, which I thought was going to be difficult, but it's not going to be as difficult as I thought. So, because I'm almost done with this expansion, and most of the next expansion is a lot of skippable storyline. So, a lot of cutscenes. Good story, but I don't have to be in here for it. Yeah. And I am going through, I am playing these dungeons, and I'm explaining the fights as you have witnessed. The fights can get really hectic. As you also probably noticed, I try to explain everything that I remember from the fights. If I don't remember the fight, I will explain it as I go, because it's not that difficult to follow the fights after playing the game for so long. I've been playing this game since it launched, so mechanics just stack upon each other, and when a boss introduces a new mechanic, it takes like 2 or 3 times of going through the fight for me to pick up on everything. So, that was that. I'm finding that my voice is actually starting to give out, and I need to finish at least one duty before we go out. So I'm going to take a short break. Bad thing to do right after a raid, but I need to get something for my voice. I will be back 5 minutes. And, just enjoy the music of Kugane while I go and take care of a few things, so I will be right back. Alright. That was a short break. I figured just, finish this up. Get that. Clear the selection. One that we need to go into is Castrum Fluminous? Castrum Fluminous, yes. So this is a main story duty. I'm gonna get through this, and then I'm going to raid out to somebody. But, yeah, it's been a fun night. Thank you for everybody that came in and watched. I appreciate having the viewers here. I know my style of stuff isn't for everyone, and I don't hold it against people that want to leave. So, those that do stick around, glad you're here. I like teaching this game. I know this game rather well. So, we've got less than 5-minute wait, so it's not going to be that long of a wait for this. So, yeah, we're going to be ending probably before the 4-hour mark. Oh, you see what the, really, what? 385, 403, why is the damage less? Item comparison. Oh, that's why. There we go. Because it's showing me the base and not the upgraded. That sword looks really cool. Like that sword. Not gonna get it though. Got the deep gold sword as well. So when I hit 76, that will give me access to another set of weapons. Builds Blue Spirit Tower Shield. Kind of a tiny tower shield. But the... Can I wear this hat? I cannot wear that helmet. Wear that one? Yes, I can. I really hope they fix the bunny ears in Endwalker. One of the problems with the rabbits and the literal catboys is they can't wear helmets because of their oddly shaped heads, and it's difficult for the designers to map out a new design for each one of them. Because with the regular cat girls, cat guys, like are not. With a lot of them, they would just take and put bumps on it for the cat ears. For the aura, have the horns. They would just like the horns would jut out of the helmets. So this person is a Hure, which is the human type. So that's gonna be normal. This is a Rogadin. There is an actual bunny girl, or are you? Yeah, you're a bunny girl. There we go. So, come on. You'll see that the cat ears jut out, and on some helmets, there will be an allowance for the ears. But if you look at the bunny girl, the ears are large, so doing that for any of the basic artwork is going to be a little squiffy. Is why I can't wear certain helmets. Ah yes, I'm wearing the earring that gives me 30% bonus experience when I'm level 80 and below. You get some really nice looking Very nice looking armors. Die system is pretty in-depth as well. Get chromatic dyes. Metallic dyes, etc. These dyes all come from ventures. Send your retainers out on a venture, and they've got a chance of bringing back 2 to 3 of these. Usually it's just 2. The rest of these non-final location can be purchased from vendors or crafted and traded on the market. All of them can be traded on the market. Well, when they originally came out with the metallic dyes, they were untradeable, which is why these say untradeable, market prohibited, but the general purpose ones, they can be traded. So, yeah. These are removing certain dyes from the item shop. You don't actually have to pay cash to get, like, metallic purple through red. Silver is nice on certain things. Metallic brass is new, as is pearl white. Relatively new, I should say. But you're looking at armors and you're wondering, am I going to like this? You can always view it on your character. Also, the icon that you see here, that's pretty much what it's going to look like. So some things will look strange, like the Skyrat harness offending. Right on. So it's basically just a bustier with shoulder pads and armbands. Kudzu, long skirt. So, things to keep in mind when you're reaching the true end game of Final Fantasy XIV, which is costuming. If you come across a piece of armor that you really like, you can save it, and you can put it in your what is it called? Glamour chest. Glamour chest is accessible via the inns. Go in and access the glamour chest in there. There is no glamour chest outside of there, I don't think. Alright. Castrum Fluminous. Castrum Fluminous. Here we go. Main story quest, we are going to skip story. Pop Iron Will because we are not level 70. Tsukuyomi, going to be what we're fighting. My voice is giving out on me. This is the last thing I'm doing tonight. So, yeah. Just, There's the other tank, so I will run forward and
It's going to
engage.
Be a long night.
Almost activated Hollow Ground. That would have been stupid. Torment unto death. That I think is the tank buster. Yep. Frontal cone tank buster. Do not want to be standing in front of the boss unless you're the tank. Dashiki Asobi. That sends her fans to the outer edge, and they will
Your end is near.
progress in a certain order. You want to run and move as soon as they are out of sorts, and dodge the attacks. Reprimand is coming out. That's probably raid-wide damage. What's the raid-wide damage? Just keep beating on the boss. Midnight Haze. He's facing away from me. That is going to create Midnight Haze, which needs to be killed. There's one on either side. They both need to be killed. This is the line stack. Stack in a line. Take the damage. Destroy the Midnight Haze before it goes off.
Your death.
Night Bloom.
All the sweeter.
Night Bloom, down for the count. Night Bloom is a phase transition. In this phase transition, there are going to be enemies that are going to be moving towards the central figure. We need to beat the crap out of them before they reach the central figure. Well, before they deal enough damage to the central figure to raise the suffering bar too much. Okay, these ones can be tanked away from the boss, so you do not want to let them get near the boss. But you can try to kill them as fast as you can. Vectors will usually just deal damage to character in the middle. Be 2 more waves if memory serves. Maybe 1 more wave. Don't know if he's the last one or not. I think he is the last one. So you just beat this guy down, make sure the suffering doesn't go to 100. If it goes to 100, it's a wipe. So if that was the last one, we are going to have transition where we're going to take damage. Going to Divine Veil. Everybody gets a nice little shield after we get out of there.
In darkness blooms the spider lily.
Okay, so that transition goes like that. You just don't want the suffering to go max. Selenomancy. Moon magic. So we've got white and black. And we are going to want to alternate and avoid getting damaged by stuff. So go back and forth if you can. Can be difficult at times. Don't want too much stacks of one or the other.
Night's chill shine petals veil.
Anti-Twilight, which gets rid of the moon phase aspect of it. I'm going to toss that out on that character because they're bleeding. Torment unto death went out again. Dashiki Asobi, this is the fan attack. The fans are going to land in a certain order. Because they landed in that order, we are going to come over here and do this. As soon as that one goes off, we move forward. Make sure that you keep everybody stacked for the beam. stack damage spread. Alright. Torment unto death, that is the frontal cone. Why are you in front of the boss? Melinomancy. So we're going back into the transition with the more or less the yin and yang on the field. Just alternate between the two. We're going to get Midnight Haze coming out. So you'll want to DPS the Midnight Haze while alternating between the two.
Your end is near.
Boss is still going to be attacking me while the haze is up. Harry Lune, I do not know what this is. I'm going to pop a couple cooldowns. That was massive damage.
Not yet. I'll grind you under my heel.
We can do this. We're going to pop Divine Veil as well to give some people some extra protection there. Alright, Bright Blade is going to be for most of one half of the field. I think the other one, Reprimand, might be the opposite, or no, Reprimand is the raid-wide damage. Dark Blade, that's the other one. So we have the fans coming down. Right. So, the mechanics just start stacking on each other. Reprimand. Grade-wide damage. Now would be okay to use the limit break. Torment unto death. There we go. We got more fans coming down. We're gonna run over here. First fan goes off. We run back out. He's doing Bright Blade. We're gonna go stand in front of the boss. Reprimand, that's raid-wide damage. Right, Bright Blade, it's gonna be for left side.
I'll grind you under my heel.
Usually it's best if you are the one that has it not to start moving unless you are sure that everyone's going to move with you. You wait for it to go off and then you move to get out of the AoE from the fans. I'm more of a fan of moving first, but some things happen sometimes. I'm going to heal myself. Reprimand going out. And that is the fight. We'll skip the cutscene, because that's going to be a lot of plot. We're going to come and end. Healers, they actually did a job in there. And that's going to be it for tonight. We're going to find somebody to raid. My voice isn't necessarily giving out, my voice is just starting to really hurt. And if it goes on too long, then bad things happen. So we're gonna find some raid. Let us check and see who is doing what. Somebody small that's going. Right, let's go and raid River tonight. They're doing Monster Hunter World. Well, let's see really fast if that dates with actual numbers. Sometimes it shows you numbers that are not appropriate. Yeah. We're gonna go raid... Actually, no, let's raid Aiden. I haven't raided Aiden before. They're doing Kill It With Fire. Don't know what the game is, but it sounds fun. They're a really fun streamer. I hope you enjoy. So, yeah. Have a wonderful evening. I will see you on Friday. Hopefully my voice recovers by then. Take care of yourselves, take care of others, and be safe out there.